All right. Good evening, everybody. I hope we're all doing all right. So, I did go and run to my store, and we picked up a couple of things. So, we're going to go ahead and open those up here before we get started on wrapping things up. But I need to go and grab my letter opener real quick. All right. Okay. All right. So, first fun thing that we picked up was our order finally arrived. Something I honestly cannot wait to torment my players with when the time comes for it. That will explain it. So now we have the Deep Dragon and all of its fun fungal ideas. And something I'm going to be very much tormenting my players with. So we shall move Lulth here and set our new friend here for now. And then, of course, we got ourselves another little blind bag. This is one of the Baldur's Gate ones, so let's see what we got in here. Okay. It's a Karlach bag. And what did we get? Ooh. Karlach's D20 is actually really pretty. I love the color of that. Got like some gold flakes in it that almost looks like amber. So I'm assuming the character coin is Karlach herself. So I actually really like that, so we're gonna toss that in my bag of dungeon coins. And I'm gonna hold on to that D20. I actually really like that one. Something I can torment my brother and his girlfriend with, because Karlach is one of their favorite characters. But all right. So, we are going to continue to just run through all of these wonderful creatures of the Underdark that we have accumulated here. We're going to finish up the Ettercaps tonight, because these guys it turned out a little darker than I was expecting to, but you know, and there's a few spots paint just really did not want to take. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can touch him up and finish him, and then we'll glue him to his base, and then we'll start work on the other one, and I'll see if I can mitigate how weird this purple is going. But it also may just simply be that my brush is finally about to keel over. But, you know, we'll figure it out and we'll go ahead and get started. And thankfully it doesn't look like it was too terribly sideways, just a few spots that just, and for whatever reason, the paint just did not want to hold on to or latch into. So we'll be able to just add a little bit of touch-up that's necessary, which unfortunately I do believe will also darken the already overly dark version of the purple that's there. But you know, what can you do after a certain point? That's just how, unfortunately, it's gonna settle for this one. But again, these things do creep around in the dark, so them having them a darker color is not necessarily a bad thing. I honestly think that would probably add a little bit more to them, make it harder for my players to effectively see them, as they are ambush predators. So, you know, all sorts of fun in the Underdark. That's always just really funny, getting to throw people who were very new to the Underdark in there, because they don't realize that you really can't just go around fighting everything that exists in the Underdark, because you will very quickly either get overwhelmed or you will just outright find yourself pitted against something that you were never meant to be up against. Just one of the few evil things that I enjoy doing is throwing anyone who's unprepared into arguably one of the most dangerous areas that you could throw a character in. Alright, let's get this touched up, and we can get him on his base, and that'll finish that off for us. But I do hope everybody's doing alright. The old jerky. Well, I mean, not necessarily, but we are definitely, I find myself far more prepared. How are you doing there, Ramios? I hope you're doing alright tonight. Seems like you were quite busy in the forge today. How did things wind up turning out at the end of the day, my friend? Ah, cryptids that we can eat. Sadly, I don't think I would count as being a delectable cryptid in that. Though I would say that chupacabra jerky would probably be pretty decent. Be very high in iron, I would suspect. It would all. You tried. I don't know. Again, I don't know if I would be delectable enough. And depending on where the jerky was being made from, because I know the head would probably be nothing more than a really nice mount on somebody's wall, as opposed to anything of actual substance. We're gonna let that dry, and then we're gonna use that. And use that for the eyes. Okay, a group object. Now that could be interesting. That would make a. I would imagine that would wind up making a very nice stew. And then, of course, you'd get a nice little trophy out of it with the antlers. I'm going to try and do this one. There's a little bit lighter brush strokes instead of everything being as heavy-handed as I did with the last one. Well, what's up there, Orochi? Long time no see. Hope you're doing alright. And, just painting some horrors from the Underdark for you and the others. As you can see, I have a brand new friend here with me that came in from the game store today. And so I wonder how everyone's going to fare against the more or less spore dragon that this thing is. I would assume that it would probably taste at least equivalent to beef. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, the new dragon. Oh, did you come up with something new there? Or is it the same one that you were showcasing me the last time I was over? But yeah, I would say that Minotaur steak and whatnot would be. I would say if you had to compare it, it should taste about the same as regular beef, if not just a little bit more gamey due to the extra musculature that it has with a humanoid-esque physique. I think that would be, at least from my understanding of how a butcher would be. Oh, really? Okay. That sounds like a secret Mouseketool that will be used later on. Either that or we have now officially pissed off the celestial ruling body within your campaign, and if so, I will take my credit where my credit is due. But I mean, at the same time, Al has a bunch of questions to ask about tending to an individual of draconic persuasion. Might be the best person to ask. Welcome in, Pine. I hope you're doing well tonight. I hope that the day has at least treated you as well as it can. Just got home. Okay, well, I do hope that work wasn't too bad for you. And that hopefully now you can sit back, get you some good food, and relax for the rest of your evening, as you have more than earned. Oh, I have no doubts about that. But now that makes me very curious as to what you're planning for us there, Rochi. Because that is quite interesting, especially given what we were doing last session. We go from that to meeting celestial bodies. That is quite impressive. But I am hyped for it. So, whenever we are free for that, I will happily create all sorts of shenanigans to go with it. Ah, not for a minute. Okay, okay, fair, fair. But really, all that's going to do is still just draw hype up because, especially after our, you know, position that we have with the guild currently, I imagine that will be quite a hilarious slap in the face to them if one of their ruling entities were to show up to a bunch of troublemakers and give them direct orders as opposed to directly talking to them. That would be absolutely hilarious, and it would justify every bit of feeling that I think everybody in the party holds towards the guild. But we are making some really good progress. I'm hoping to finish our little Underdark excursion creatures tonight, as we have nearly caught up with at least all of our current pile of shame that we have gathered from our excursions to the game store. Welcome in there, Cozy. Oh, no worries there, Ramazine. I hope that you're doing well there, Cozy. Hopefully the day has been kind enough to you. We are continuing and hopefully going to finish up all of these little Underdark creatures. And then I will happily showcase our newest evil that has arrived and is on the desk with us. Okay, okay, hell yeah. Oh, by the way, Cozy, Rochi is the DM putting up with my shenanigans in their campaign, and and Ramazine is one of the players that I have. Well, both of them are players that I have in both of the campaigns I'm painting these monstrosities for. But Rochi is the one who has been DMing the current run where I'm a player, and is now dealing with me attempting to figure out how to hatch and raise a black dragon. Oh, are you? Okay. Are they going to be for that diorama that you're working on, or are they going to be just something to sit back and hold on to? Because, I mean, either way, I love those minis that you have found. Those pewter ones actually take paint really well. Oh, okay. Hell yeah, that'll be fun as hell. Okay. Yeah, because I think there's really only like one or two game stores around here that even allows you to, that even sells the old pewter minis still. I think it's a Game On around here that still actively sells pewter minis. Everywhere else is the Nolzors and WizKid minis. And so far, only Infinity have I found that will actively order and stock, any and all runs of these minis. Okay. I may have to check that one out. Let's get this one's first coat taken care of, and then we'll move back over here to showcase the dragon in its full glory. Okay. I mean, that's the name alone is right up my alley. And there we go. So at least currently I only have one item left that is on order from my store. So thankfully, the amount of evils that is coming you guys' way is slowly coming to an end. However, what is currently on order is probably, I would say it's not the worst, as honestly the Lolth and this are probably the worst too. Oh, does it? Awesome. And that was just the Rust-Oleum spray, right? For the clear coat that you used? Because I honestly desperately need to build me a spray box for all of my larger minis, and then probably just go back through and touch up all of the old minis with a little TLC, and then fill them all with a clear coat. Okay. And then yeah, probably it gets worse. Oh yeah, so the last bit of evil that is on order, they told me today, is on back order. Though personally, I think that is the one that all of you will find the worst. But truly, probably the worst one was the Lolth figure. And then this wonderful, evil little thing. Those are probably the two worst ones for the party to run into. However, the one that I 100% plan to use very soon after I can get my hands on it is the one that's probably going to traumatize the party the most. To which I know, at the very least, Josh will not forgive that transgression. But it'll be worth it. So yeah, I'm waiting on the last mini that I have ordered. Unfortunately, it's just out of stock and on back order. Currently, is the Spider Dragon, which is again another horror from the Underdark. That is on back order, so that one will probably show up sometime next week. And when it does, I'm going to be compiling all of my research notes for when we can pick back up over the summer. Because once we get the house settled, my two games that you guys are involved in will pick back up as long as everyone's schedule allows for it. And in doing so, yes, you will have a wonderful amalgamation to deal with. Okay, that should... I don't know why you were not wanting to take the paint. We'll let you dry for a minute, and then we'll go back over any spots that we've missed. But let's showcase what we have here. So, Orochi, I know this is something that you have access to because it came from the wonderful Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. But we have the Adult Deep Dragon. So these little bastards are not true dragons, they are cousins of dragons, making their home in the Underdark, and they deal mostly with spores and moss and different types of fungus. But they apparently are just as intelligent as some dragons are. They deal mostly in secrets, and their breath weapon is different kinds of spores that they can use to either control players or drive them absolutely insane. And so it is going to be quite entertaining to run such an encounter. And honestly, I cannot wait. I mean, now, agreed, the pewter smiths could make a killing off of just getting a couple of molds for player minis. And hell yeah! That may actually be the idea, is because these guys are both aquatic and burrowing. So they are kind of a weirdly annoying double threat. So that is one of the big horrors. Before that, we got, of course, Lolth, the Spider Queen, and Lady of the Drow. This one would probably be the one no one wants to run into. The Deep Dragon, I wouldn't imagine very many of you would want to run into it either, but I have it, so now you know it will eventually be used. And now we are quite literally just waiting on the one idea. I swear if I hear me out. I mean, hey man, you're the only bard in the in both of those parties, so I don't think you have much to worry about unless Jed comes back and immediately decides that it's time to start trouble. Which, if he does, that in and of itself is going to be absolutely hilarious. Okay. I mean, yes, you are, and also you are the metallic one out of the group. But hey, nobody said that the bard had to stop just because they were made of metal. Okay, so now we'll just do our little touch up of that. That's the spirit. And well, like I said, these guys deal in lost knowledge and forgotten things, and you being quite literally the oldest member of the party, you might be the only one that has anything worthwhile to it. So you never know. Hilarious food for thought. Well, to be fair, you did already run off into the Underdark on your own while everybody else made their way to the city. So there is a bigger chance that you are going to encounter some of these absolute horrors before anything else, unless you can find your way back to the city and hope they will let you in. Because if not, this is going to make the entirety of your trip in the Underdark far more hilarious than it already is. So I do very much wish you the best of luck, because you took off, if I'm remembering correctly, you took off when the party encountered the Ropers. And you ran back after several explosions had been set off. So you dipped right before the party encountered the Elder Brain Dragon on their way towards the city. So that means they have already been in the city, and you are still running rampant in the Underdark. Okay, here we go. Because you were chasing your primary directive that you felt pinging. Operation Fish Tank is a go. I am very interested to get everybody back together to run this campaign again, because it is going to be so much fun just getting everybody back together. Alright, so that concludes our Ettercaps. So thankfully, they are done. So now we can move on. No, come on, stick. Interesting. This is why I do not like these clear bases. I prefer the older ones. Because at least the older ones, since they were already textured, they made it so much easier to actually secure your mini to the base. Alright, there we go. Alright, so it will always be entertaining, because if nothing else, it's just a group of friends collaboratively running stories together, and that will always be entertaining to me. Well, you already have your plot point, which one party has figured out, or at least one member of one party has figured out, which is in and of itself hilarious. Alright, so there we go. Let's move on and do the Yakel and the now Drow individuals. And it occurs to me I do not have the color that I need. So 1 second, let me go grab that. It is, of course, always the worst color to paint with other than white. So this is going to be interesting. Please tell me you're still decent. Decent enough. Okay, so brown, black, silver, gold, blue, dark blues. That should be well enough for these Drows, so let's go ahead and we're going to swap brushes here. Let's go ahead and get these guys primed up. No, I mean, honestly, as long as you could figure out how to do a camera setup, I would assume there would be a crap ton of people who would be willing to watch that. I know I would. The big trick there, yeah, would be trying to figure out how to, like, if you had like a laptop set up or something nearby, I could probably help you figure out OBS. Because I actually want to say that there might already be a couple of blacksmith streamers. But yeah, I mean, dude, go for it. That would be dope as hell to see, actually. And hey, that could give you your you're in to start selling a couple of things after you get done experimenting and making things for yourself. You'd be able to just be like, all right, hey, here's a little website to go and order stuff. Go for it. I mean, exactly, Cozy. I know I'd be sitting there watching it. Because then, you could do, like custom fittings and whatnot at first, and then you could move on to, you can maybe use it a little bit to help fund getting some new tools and equipment, bigger forge and whatnot. Then you could start doing custom orders. Let you really kind of grow your craft in that way. Because I mean, hell, bro, what you already send me with what you're working on is fantastic. I mean, I know there's one, not to necessarily give away too much in the way of location, but I know there's like the Cloud Springs one might, if you wanted to go and inquire, they might be willing to, because I know their antique mall is quite huge. And I know I've found just about everything possible in there, from antique car parts, antique memorabilia from, you know, like the 30s and 20s, uh, antique guns, knives, all sorts of things. I hope that they'll get back to you about that, because that would actually be awesome to see you get placed into somewhere like that, where you could actively, let people talk to you, understand how the craft works, and see what you could get into from there. Hey, I mean, I know you were doing good old railroad spike knives. I know you were doing silverware. I know you were doing all sorts of things, and I mean, hell, they've even got those for sale on like Calamassel for like 60, 70 bucks a pop, just for a small silverware set that's hand forged. I mean, if you'd want, I'd say contact the Ren Fair as well, if nothing else, for you to have maybe look into opening a small spot up there as like a vendor. If it wouldn't, be too terrible, and that would give you, however long you felt you needed to work to build up some stuff. Oh, Cozy, he is right there with you when it comes to bullion, coins, and silver. Because apparently, there's apparently like 2 or 3 other fairs that are opening up and happening around here this year out of nowhere that I was not aware that we even had, and I only knew of the one big one that we've been going to. But apparently downtown they're wanting to have one. There's another one a little ways. It's not terribly far off. That they're doing like a full Say version of it. So I mean, I'd be interested to see you actually get out there at one of those as like a stall or a booth. Oh, really? Okay. Any interesting finds at that coin stall there, Cozy? Uh, Cozy, I think I have found you one of your new friends. Someone who will also sit back and willingly talk with you about gold and silver's worth. Hey, there you go. Oh yeah. Also, yeah, you've gotten into gyms here recently too. Your his place is amazingly well done, and I mean he's done about 90% of that work up there himself as well. But I mean, I absolutely adore everything that he has figured out and gotten set up for himself up there. And I mean, you've got quite an impressive collection of gems now, too. That, honestly, I think that will turn out absolutely amazing there. Because once you, especially once you learn how to, set things, do you imagine how much money you would be able to throw together by just creating tiaras and stuff and selling them at Ren fairs? I think you would make an absolute killing doing something like that. I mean, hell, even doing something simple, or well, I know it's not simple, but something like my armbands and bracelets. I mean, I watch people go over there and buy a whole bunch of stuff like that. Alright, that one's primed. I mean, that would look fantastic. I mean, you don't even have to stop at the Suba either. You could easily push that through to, like the Saya, uh, any of the end caps. Get real fancy with it, and if it's only meant to be like a display piece, you could even put something in the Hakama, that little brass fitting between the blade and the Suba. Welcome in there, Seth. I hope you're doing all right tonight. How is the master artist Hedgie doing today?
Oh my God, he's so goddamn cool!
And he's immediately giving shout outs as soon as he gets here. Yep, okay, fair enough. And you're damn right, Cozy is. The bones be good. Like I said, right before I left, or right after Landon got done streaming, I went down to my local game store, and they had one of my new horrors to throw at my characters, or my players. This is a deep dragon. In all of its hilariously evil glory. So I will happily be throwing this at some of my players in the near future. A little bit, yes. They're not technically dragons. They're technically a type of drake. but they are known as deep dragons, and they are quite interesting in terms of what their lore and their abilities are. And so I am very interested to throw these at everybody. Athlete's foot and jockey. You're not wrong, because they willingly let fungus and moss and molds grow upon them. So 100%, you're not far off on that, Ramesses. I don't know why I'm sitting here trying to do detail work when all I really should be doing is just priming them. The things my brain's like, no, you go ahead and do the small details while you're priming. Because that makes perfect sense. We're just trying to get everything into a uniform color, but no, it's act like we're doing detail work. You gotta love when the brain decides it wants to brain in funny ways. Okay. Staff is... Because at this point, yeah, since we finished the Eder caps, we're just going to go ahead and get these guys primed up, and that'll be what we'll work on tonight. Hopefully we'll get everything done for the Underdark aspect, and then I can move on to some of my long forgotten projects that I have just slowly but surely let pile up. Because once these are done, I've already gathered the almost 20 or so items off of my other desk and brought them in here for me to work on them. And really, yard ornaments, okay. I could see why that would sell. But also getting the, that it's also the fact of, getting a handcrafted or like a little custom piece done. Yeah, I can see why that would sell pretty well. And why people would be willing to pay for it, because it's not like you would have to worry too much about it or spend a whole lot of coin in terms of like upkeep to it. But yeah, I should probably change that real quick before you all lose my voice here. Oh yeah, no, I could 100% see that. I mean, I don't know, man. It's interesting to see how people, react to, handmade blacksmithing goods. Because I mean, I get why. Yeah, if you sit here and you do a really nice filigree, uh, piece that is just really beautiful to display, people will very much pay for it. But you go and try to create something, objective or like useful in day to day. People either seem to ignore it or they eat it up. Like it's really weird on how like people react to homemade, blacksmith goods. Because it's either they react not hardly at all, or they react to the point where that's all they really need and really want. There we go. This wizard is gonna be really fun to paint. I already have a few good ideas to throw together for him, so he's gonna be rather fun to go through with. Just don't feel like my brush is really holding a lot of paint for some reason, though. It's probably about time to retire this set of brushes anyway. So I can't technically complain. They've lasted a good 2 or 3 good long years worth of painting. There we go. All right. But I am glad to hear that at least it seems everybody's doing well tonight. I hope that winds up being a wonderful start to the weekend. Now that won't be a problem because the next time I see you, I've got to make sure I give you you and your significant others Christmas presents that I've had sitting here waiting to gift to you. As we've had that sitting ready to go. Yeah, well, you were. This was one of your days off, wasn't it, there, Rochi? Since you and your little ones were on your spring break this go round, weren't you? Okay. So considering that you're saying you're working on Dragon yourself tonight, I imagine that you at least seem to have had a productively enjoyable day. So yeah, we'll happily take that. Because I know all that's doing is just building more and more hype for me to continue to shenaniganize at your table. Well, good. I'm glad that it has been a chill day. Honestly, I think we need more of those altogether. But even more so if you're able to kind of chill and relax and still be able to knock out some personal projects. Oh, there you go. Uh, Having a cauldron. Okay, did you make that one, or was that one that was gotten for her? Okay, hell yeah. I know Destiny was a little I hate that Fauna wound up falling to the chaos of the household. So I know she's gonna be rather happy that she'll have her mini again.
Let me get some yeah!
I'm looking forward to seeing how it turns out. Is it the same print? Well, thank you for the hydrate there, Seth. Oh, wow, okay. Basketball-sized cauldron, wow. Make all sorts of good soup in that. Alright, there's those two primed and ready. Set that over there to the side so I don't wind up knocking that into everything. Okay. And I think you mentioned it before, you're using Hero Forge to create the poses and everything, right? How much do their STLs wind up running nowadays? Because I know a couple of those other Kickstarters that I backed, they're starting to get closer to their end point, and there's going to be a lot more STLs for monsters and whatnot that are going to be coming your way. So you just, I'll let you know once they drop, and I'll shoot those files over to you. Even if you don't use them against us, I'm sure you can use them against your other group as well. Oh, is that what you're using the cauldrons for? Okay. I mean, that's a pretty good way to store everything, honestly. There we go. Oh, normally about 8 now? Okay. So they have gone up a good little bit in price, because, I mean, I discovered Hero Forge ages ago. So I have quite a extensive backlog of custom character minis that I have saved on that, but I was under, I mean, I haven't checked in forever, but the last time I did check, their minis were going for like $2 or $3 in terms of just getting the STL files, because getting the actual mini is upwards of like 50 to 60 bucks per mini. Oh, hell yeah, they're Ramesine. That's awesome. Because I remember when you were making those chains, I can imagine that they're doing really good still. Because yeah, I know I was initially planning on trying to see if I could get my hands on a 3D printer, but I have no idea how to run any of those programs very well, as I'm surprised that I'm even able to run OBS to do what I'm doing now. I'm just not very computer literate, so that's what kind of stopped me from getting a printer. But the idea was I was gonna make a bunch of custom monsters and then print the figures, as well as print everybody their individual characters based off of the descriptions that you guys gave me. But like I said, that wound up not being the case, so I've just kind of either gone and purchased the minis and monsters from my local game store, or I've just outright ordered them off of like Etsy or something to be able to paint them up and create. But I am very glad that you're getting good use out of the individual that I sent you who had a bunch of those old STL files. And from what you told me, he's even creating his own, so that makes it even better. A little gift that just kept on giving. I will happily take that, because I'm glad that you're getting good use out of it, and I know that's just going to make the campaign even more intense and hilarious for us. Oh, 100% there, Ramazine. I am a sucker for good environmental storytelling, which is why I love painting these minis the way that I do. Because you can really kind of put a whole lot of just story in the way that the mini itself looks. Let alone if you were to throw together a whole diorama in terms of creating a scene. Like that is going to be insane once you get that done and decide to debut it to us. Oh, has the Hedgie decided that he is now going to be DMing a game? Because if so, when and where am I going to be able to hang out on that? Bought you the 2024 DM guide, okay. Well, I absolutely wish you the best of luck in terms of building and setting things up, but you do know what that means there, don't you? Yeah, I was about to say that because I don't even own either of the DM's guides. I never even read through the 3.5 DM's guide or the Pathfinder one. I've always just run off of the player's handbook. But if the Hedgie is getting his hands on the DM's guide and you're wanting to run on the 2024 rules, I think I can wind up snagging me a copy of that somewhere so that I can be up to date. Well, sort of. in the sense of the DM's guide is mostly a rulier rule book. It goes into a lot of like tables and things to do for your players for like random encounters, store stalls, magic items, and things like that. Like that is basically what the DM's guide is for. It's there to kind of help the DM set up things so that he can run things a bit more effectively for his players. However, you can really get by without ever having to read or invest into the DM's guide, just simply because with all the other ridiculous amount of source books that are out there, you can just kind of piece together things. You can find magic items online, or homebrew or not, and you can also kind of make your own items. But the DM's guide, I've heard, has helped several people. It's just I've not ever been one of the people who has been helped by the DM's guide. I've just always chosen to go about it on my own. I mean, you very easily could. That's the beauty of it, Asep. I just need to know what rules you're playing on. That way I know which one to research to come up with the most chaotic character I can throw at you and see how well you handle it. Oh yeah, I know. Homebrew, homebrew you do still have to kind of have at least a basic understanding of the core rules. But once you understand the core rules, then yeah, you can just run anything. You can kind of create things on your own, and if you break it in terms of balancing, you can either just outright be like, oh, well, that's not a bug, that's a feature. Or you can, add hilarious consequences to it as the DM. Also, yes, a great chance to work on, voicing goofy characters and even serious characters. It is a good exercise of theater. So you have my full support, and also Cozy, Orochi, and now Aset. Any of the PDFs I receive from these wonderful Kickstarters, you too shall receive. As I typically go out of my way to ensure that I get both physical and digital media. Digital so that I can share it with everybody, and physical because, I like books. And most of the books are just absolutely gorgeous because I almost always get both the actual setting books and rule books, but I also get I try to get the art books as well to showcase, the support for the artists who work on the project. The bones provide. They may not always work, but they always do have interesting things to say and share. Because I know I did wind up backing the Ryoko's guide I have now. I did wind up throwing my hat in the ring for it is now its sequel, Mythozoology, which is technically two Kickstarters in one because it is the sequel to Helena's Guide of Monster Crafting and Ryoko's Guide to the Yokai Realms. So it is more from both of those rule sets combined together. So I think altogether in that Kickstarter there are 4 books in total. It is still live on Kickstarter, so if anybody would like to go and support, you can get all sorts of fun physical media, digital media from it as well. Oh, that honestly, I think that is probably one of my favorite things, because I got to, while I was at my game store today, I've developed a reputation in there because I'm the guy who's coming in and just ordering a bunch of wild monsters and things that that they either don't typically carry in stock, or they specifically just don't have. So I'm always going in there and being like, hey, do you guys think you could do this? Or do you have this in stock? So I now have the reputation as the crazed dragon guy, because most of what I have ordered from them have been dragons. But I have gotten to tell several hilariously fun stories to them about all of the campaigns that I have been involved in, including Ramaseen and Orochi, both of your campaigns, as well as the one that I am currently in with you, there, Orochi, and they are absolutely... They are both enthralled, impressed, and just constantly laughing and shaking their head at the amount of shenanigans that seem to always happen in our general direction. So they all seem to be very, very happy when I walk in the door, because one, again, I know I'm spending money with them, so of course they're happy to see me. But two, they know I'm about to come back in with a wild tale from one of our multiple adventures and figure out why I am apparently just being as evil as I possibly can to all of you, because they're like, so wait a minute, tell us again, what level are these characters? Oh yeah, the first group is still level 3. Or no, the first group is now level 4, the second group is still level 3. And they're like, and you threw the level 3 guys into the Underdark? I was like, yeah, of course I did. Told them how you guys somehow managed to throw the sun at an Elder Brain dragon to escape. They thought that was the greatest idea ever, because they were like, wow, I would have... See, they would have... Apparently nobody else would have thought to do that. So the next time I talk to Josh, I am going to once again compliment the shenanigans that was. But yeah, they are quite enthralled by our absolute hilarity that we seem to always get up to. Okay. Nice little stretch. Hydrate, everybody. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, start. No, those two need to dry for a while. Alright, so let's... No, we need to do it white first. that will help diffuse the insanity of how dark this primer is, which will hopefully make the actual color show up well. Welcome in, Callie. I hope you're doing well tonight. And hopefully your day has treated you well. We are hopefully getting done with our horrors of the Underdark, and I seem to have a few of my players as well as one of my DMs in chat, so we're just sitting back and enjoying the shenanigans of discussing all the greatness that we plan to throw at each other in one way, shape, or form. And apparently, if we eat and ski, that's one way to put it. And apparently the Hedgie is now becoming his hand has touched the beacon, so I'm very excited to hear when you will start running games, dear Seth. Or is that the true secret there, Cozy? Are you waiting for a set to fully read through his new reading material and then you were going to turn the Tiny Squad over to him for Season 2 so that you can be a player? Is that the end goal? PTSD duty. That's what makes it so hilarious. Is yes, it is a very, very PTSD-inducing sentence, especially given how most people accidentally upon the beacon of Meridia. Just randomly opened a chest in Skyrim and hit claim all, and then all of a sudden someone started screaming at me. Maybe a separate part of the game world could be Hedgie Land. I need to play Skyrim again. Now see, I'm going to tell you a tale now that will age and rattle my bones more than they already have, but I went to the midnight release party of Skyrim. In fact, that was the last midnight release I ever got to go to. Was the Skyrim midnight release party. And it was such a blast. I still have the collector's edition that I originally bought in 2011. I still have Alduin. Prince starts speaking about the beacon, and he just, fuck! Yeah, because it happens every time. You're looting a chest somewhere, you're having a good time, you just killed a mammoth, you just fought some skeletons or Draugr in a cave, and then all of a sudden it's that one chest that you're not expecting to hit. And then all of a sudden, yep, now I've got this Daedric quest that I have to deal with, and I've got this stupid heavy beacon in my inventory that I cannot drop or remove. Because damn thing weighs like 20 pounds. And unless you're playing with mods or on a higher level character by the time you find it, that's problematic. hold that copy of Skyrim. I mean, yeah, I've still got it. I've still got the physical hard disk. I got the art book. I've got the Alduin sitting on the dragon wall. And the making of DVD, where they actually showcase like the full behind the scenes of how they did, the music, how they did all the things to create Skyrim into what it was. Alright, no worries there, Callie. Enjoy. But yeah, I mean, that was the last midnight release I went to, was Skyrim, and it was just so fun, and I remember it being just an absolute, and I do mean absolutely buggy mess when it came out. Like, you could go into a cave system and it would despawn the door to get out, and you wouldn't realize that until you had already cleared the entire dungeon, and then realize that you were now just stuck in there. Until you could either just constantly quit out and reload in, and it would slowly render back the door that would slowly roll down from the top of the cave system. Oh yeah, there were so many, like, literal game-breaking glitches in the original version of Skyrim, and it took them so long to get around to patching some of them out. Yeah, it was a miraculous mess. And honestly, I loved every bit of it. It was just such a wild and fun... It really was a wild and fun ride, but then, I kind of got to thinking and went back and played Oblivion, and then they came out with the Oblivion remaster after they remastered Skyrim 20 separate times. And I really hit that realization that, in the grand scheme of things and how Elder Scrolls has worked over the entirety of its life cycle of a game, Skyrim was a really decent game, but it is also stupidly simplified. Oh, really? I could believe that. But, yeah, like, looking back, especially since the Oblivion remaster has come out, Skyrim is stupidly simplified. There is no more mixing and combining magics. You don't have to repair or pay attention to your equipment anymore. You can literally, quote-unquote, memeably stealth archer your way through the game. You climb mountains by jumping up the side of them. If you get smacked by a giant, you join Tamriel's astronaut program. Like, it is really kind of funny how very bare bones compared to the other games Skyrim really is. Now, granted, Skyrim is still one of the best looking Elder Scrolls that we've received, which is why it's still as popular as it is. It's not a bad... It has a decent story to it. Your character is happily broken from the beginning, and you basically just get turned loose into Skyrim, able to run around and do anything and everything. And I played the hell out of that game. Rail cannon getting heated by a giant. Oh yeah. Yep, just one smack of the giant and you're now Tamriel's first astronaut. So yeah, now see, I never got to enjoy Demon Souls in its heyday because I was only ever introduced to Dark Souls via the first one, and it was only because you showed up at my house and pointed out what I was doing wrong that I even understood what happened and why I wasn't making any progress. Had you not done that, I wouldn't have played Souls games for 11 to 12 years straight, almost exclusively. Because I hit a point when I first got into it, because it was recommended to me by a buddy I was working with. He didn't know a thing about Demon Souls. It wasn't really until you pointed out that it was, because I remember playing Demon Souls over at your place when you were showcasing it to me and Josh. And you were giving us stories about how wild Demon Souls really used to be. And I was super impressed that a game like that even existed. Only to find out that it was no longer available in that state was actually kind of sad to hear. Because I would have loved to have played Demon Souls in its heyday. Now, I do have the Demon Souls remaster. I mean, no, that's fair. I do have the remaster. And I am waiting on one thing in particular to have happen. And then I do plan to actively run through the entirety of the Souls series from start to finish. Well, really just all of the, Souls series from Soft Games. So Souls-like counts in that as well. So I will be running through Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, Sekiro. I've already played Bloodborne on stream, but I will happily run through that again, as that is still to this day one of my all-time favorites from them. So I will happily run through Bloodborne again if I need to. And then we will run through Sekiro, which will be the first time I've actually played that one. And then I will happily run through Elden Ring. So I do plan to hit and run through each and every one of those in the coming months. It's just I'm waiting for one little side project to get done, and also I would love to actually do that from my newer setup. Once I actually get the house set up, I think that would be much easier to do. So I may hold off and start that series around the time that I get once we settle everything here at the house. Okay. Now, I do remember you telling me that, because I know that was something that and how invasions work, you could literally get de-leveled by your opponents if they were running certain weapons and things like that. And also, once equipment broke, it was gone. Like, you couldn't just go and repair it. And so there was... Demon Souls sounds a whole lot more technical than any of the others, because, I mean, yeah, durability was a thing in Dark Souls 1, and even to a point in Dark Souls 2. But after a certain point, you really didn't have to worry about it. I'm just actually kind of surprised they never gave us, you know, like a boss rush mode. As I think that would have been absolutely fantastic if they had given us a boss rush mode in any of the Souls games. I guess in a way we kind of have that with Night Rain, which is also a game I will play. I do have that one. That one's going to be kind of different. Oh, okay. See, that just builds more hype for me, because I know, for me, Demon Souls will be a blind playthrough. Because I know a little bit about the lore, but not enough. And again, I never got to play Demon Souls, and minus the one time I got to play it over at your place. So I know Demon Souls I'm probably going to have a lot of hilarious suffering in, which is perfectly fine. And so let's see, Demon Souls, Sekiro, and Night Rain are the only 3 Souls games that I have not played up until this point. And I only got Sekiro this year in preparation for it, and I have not played it yet. I've had Demon Souls for a while. I just haven't gotten around to playing it yet. I mean, fair. But correct me if I'm wrong, you're not really meant to kill that god, the first boss, the first time you encounter it. If I remember that correctly, you are meant to fail in that fight, but you can succeed, and if you do, the result winds up kind of being the same. Because, like I said, I did go back and watch a couple of lore videos. Oh, okay. Because, yeah, I did go back and watch a couple of, like, lore videos on a few things to, you know, kind of understand what it was that I was missing. If I was even missing anything from not playing, you know, Demon Souls. I just wasn't sure there wasn't any carryover necessary between the lore. Yes, and it's yeah. Well, I know there are countless theories because the lore is so. I guess the best way to put it is the lore in all of those games is kind of fluid. Uh, like there are some people who outright believe that Demon Souls is the direct or yeah demon one of the endings of Demon Souls directly creates uh, the story that would eventually become Yarnum. That if you go with a specific answer to a question there, it would lead to creating Yarnum, which is, Bloodborne. And if you, that as well as the one world that was destroyed was the land of the giants, which is one of the names that Lordran gives to itself. Is that it is, quote, the land of giants. But also, I mean, considering that the fog and whatnot that the old one from Demon Souls kind of creates and emanates, I could also see that as a connection to what eventually became the lands between, which is Elden Ring lore. But Miyazaki himself has already stated the reason that he kind of left the lore and everything in the weird fluid state that it's in is simply because he used to read Western stories of like knights and stuff like that when he was a kid. But those stories were only available to him in English, and he did not read English very well. So there were literal gaps in the story that he just could not read or understand what it was trying to say. So he would kind of piecemeal it and make it up himself. Which is why when he created when he created Demon Souls and Dark Souls, that's why all of the item descriptions are where you get your lore from. It is deliberately broken up the same way that he used to read fantasy stories. Which, in a way, does add to its difficulty because now, in order for you to get the story, you kind of need to get as many of these items as you possibly can in order to read them to try and figure out what this story is even trying to tell you. Which is both awesome and hilarious. I mean, I can see why you would say that, especially since that was one of the weapons you did showcase me and Josh. The Storm Ruler sword was very broken in Demon Souls. Oh yeah, that's actually why the lore from outside looking into Demon Souls, Dark Souls, or any of that. That's why it was so convoluted and why a lot of people said that, the lore doesn't make any sense. It's not that the lore doesn't make sense, it's simply the lore is specifically divided up on purpose because it's essentially telling you the story the same way that the creator used to read his own fantasy stories. That was a deliberate thing that he did to try and make it to where people would pay attention, not just to make things confusing, which granted it did, because people still debate what the lore of the games are to this day. But they do definitely make some amazing lore videos. A lot of the Souls community has done a insane amount of work to try to piece together what the lore of the entirety of the game series are. Bloodborne is honestly probably the most straightforward of all of them. And also, they created the scariest damn protagonist when they created Bloodborne. Because almost everybody in the Souls community has agreed that if anybody was going to be the quote-unquote strongest member of the Souls games, the Hunter is... the Night Hunter is probably one of the most powerful ones, just because everything that he does happens in a single night. And under no circumstances does the Night Hunter ever turn down a chance to fight. He has no innate magic, he has no innate anything. What he's got is a gun and a weapon that is designed to cut things apart. And he's just ready for the fight. Yeah, that I do know that, because I don't think he himself is a boss fight. And if he is, then I don't want to know. I want to make that choice myself because I'm dumb enough to do it. But I mean, yeah, the whole idea, because you've got the chosen undead from Dark Souls, who is supposed to go and link the fire to continue the Age of Gods, or ignore it and let the Age of Man begin. But Dark Souls 1, canonically, someone is supposed to link the fire, whether it is the chosen undead or not. Because Dark Souls 2, the curse has evolved and progressed, so you now become the Seeker of the Flame in that game. And you again have the choice to either light the bonfire and keep the Age of the Gods going, or you can ignore it and let the flame die. And in the Scholar of the First Sin edition, you got Aldia, who started to give you choice. Welcome in there, Hobbit. I hope you're doing well tonight. I hope things have been going alright for you on this Friday. Hopefully you are now able to sit back and rest if you've been at work, and just be able to relax and enjoy the shenaniganry. But, yeah, no, so Dark Souls 2 introduced Aldia, the actual Scholar of the First Sin, and pointed out that there is actually a third option to break the cycle. So technically in Dark Souls 2, you were given the option to perpetuate the cycle, end the cycle, or the secret third option to break the cycle. However, canonically, it seems that no matter, again, whatever your choice is, Dark Souls 3 happens, meaning regardless of what your choice is, somewhere somebody else made the opposite of what your choice was. Ah, there you go. Good old Space Marine 2, huh? I can understand being sleepy after that. Were you guys doing the story, or were you guys just doing, multiplayer missions? Yeah, that one's definitely gonna need a second coat after this first one dries. Okay. Okay. It's been a while since I fired up the old Space Marine 2. But yeah, so after Dark Souls 2 kind of gave you the understanding that there are meant to be three choices, but obviously, regardless of what choice you made, somebody else made the opposite. Thus, we finally get to Dark Souls 3, and you do get to make your, you do get to make the choice of perpetuation, dissolution, or breaking that cycle. And it seems most people are canonically chose to break that cycle. Oh, a year and a half, okay. And then Elden Ring has its own myriad of endings as well, because it technically falls, it's its own, it acts like it's its own self-contained area, but I don't really think it is. It's connected in some way, I couldn't tell you what way it's connected in. But there are multiple choices of Elden Ring's endings as well. And again, whatever you don't choose, somebody else will. I mean, yeah, no, that actually kind of makes sense, because technically that's what the Dark Souls 2 had, those with, like, the Giant's memories that you could go back and relive. They essentially are just that. They're like frozen pockets of time that you can kind of go back and relive parts of. Not a problem there, Hobbit. I thank you for swinging by and saying hi to us. I hope you get you some good rest, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow at Community Day. Get you some good rest and enjoy the rest of your evening, as I think you've more than earned the rest that you need. Yeah, no, that is an excellent point. So, yeah, because death doesn't work and any of the same mechanics that anything else does. So, yeah, you could literally get sidelined or sideswiped off to a whole different ideal of what your character could do, and you essentially get to create more options for yourself in doing so. So I could see that. Correct. It very easily could. Because I know that was essentially Josh's entire character idea, was to just kind of perpetuate that state in your game, to kind of create a almost Revenant-esque character. Welcome in, Landon. Yes, sometimes death does cause someone to lose a wonderful sandwich that they shouldn't have been eating next to a
Defeating
cliff.
a sandwich only makes
But that
it
wasn't
tastier.
my problem. Hashtag Rip Reuben. Yeah, I'm sure. A hell of an intro. Yep. The one. I have two witnesses to a crime that they both claim I overstepped in doing so, and I will forever claim my innocence and justification for stealing that man's sandwich after I threw him down that cliff. But honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Welcome in, Landon. I hope your evening is going well. Since you are here, I guess as soon as I finish this little piece right here, we're going to showcase the absolute evil that my game store called me and told me was ready. Nah, you guys told me it was homemade. Not that he spent Imperial credits on it, and even if he did, that's his fault. You don't take a break when you're supposed to be on patrol hunting a Jedi. I'm not claiming I'm not evil. I'm just saying that my actions were justified. But here you go, Landon, our newest evil edition for Horrors of the Underdark. We have the Deep Dragon. Which these guys are essentially what happens if horror. Yes, I understand I have a speech impediment and my horrors sound like horrors, so it's okay. But yeah, this little bastard basically acts like the sentient mushrooms from Last of Us. Giant lizard. There's a vicious mockery for you. But yes, this little bastard is going. He is probably the second worst thing that the party can encounter. Lolth is the worst that the party could encounter. That is probably the second worst, and what I am waiting for, it is currently on back order. The first being the unattended sandwich. No, the one that will probably scar the party the most is what I'm waiting for on order. uh, which is the spider dragon. Justice for Reuben. You're not getting justice for Reuben. I will go back into that game and throw him right back down that cliff. I do not care. I will do it all over again. But we also did finish our Eder caps. They did turn out a wee bit darker than I thought it would be. All this wrong. I need to get that as I need to have that as my own hashtag. I guess I should hold as putting it on the roof. You know what? I should go onto my Blue Sky and make that that hashtag as like a part of my bio. As old as always wrong. That would be absolutely hilarious. I mean, what? I'm not always wrong. I never claimed to even be right half the time. I'm just claiming that my actions in that moment, especially, were vaguely justified. And I apologize for absolutely nothing, including the devouring of that man's sandwich that he then left unattended after he got his free flying lesson. But you can change the stream title. Oh no. Oh boy. Always, always right. Thank you, Landon. I love that is a thing that you can just outright change everything. Oh, that is great. No notes. 100% applause, no notes. But I hope your night is going well. Final edit. Uh-oh. That won't let me see it. I guess I'll have to check it once stream is over with then to see exactly what you edited. A big fan of Dasha. Oh, good lord. What have you done now? Check the stream title there, Ramesane. See what it is now. Because it seems like things had been added to. Uh-huh. I see how it is. Yep, that just tells me I'm going to be getting you back at some point there, Landon. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Okay. I got you, Hedgie. I can get you back too. See if I can't get you hooked back up with your absolute favorite roommate. You want me to add that? Oh my god. Uh-huh. I'll hook you back up with your favorite roommate. I'm pretty sure he's on Cameo. So I will very, very happily reach out and have a cameo sent to you, Aset, if that's what I have to do to reunite you with your favorite character from all of Persona, who makes only the very best puns. Yeah, I could do that just for you. And then Landon, I gotta find out, I gotta think a little bit harder. What could I do to get Landon back? As I'm pretty sure I still have a couple of sound alerts saved, locked away in my archive just for you, Landon. Sure. Yeah. Even though I know you can probably look through and see some of them. I know which ones would absolutely drive you insane again. So we'll see what winds up happening. Oh yeah, no, I'm pretty sure when I made most of my sound alerts, I specifically went out of my way to ensure that the majority of them were memes that would be easily understood and accessible, especially to people within our friend group. Which is why I made almost all of them free, as well as why 90% of them were from the old parodies we used to sit back and watch. Okay. Because I figured, especially once everybody realized I was consistently being able to stream, I figured everybody would pop in here a couple of times just to harass me with my own sound alerts. And, if not, it would at least be entertaining to hear them when they do go off. Oh man, yeah, I remember that. Oh man, such good times, man. such absolutely insanely hilarious memories. Which I did get, I do have a couple of new fun shenanigans from Calamassel, now that you mention that, that I have added to my Ren Fair kit. But yeah, man, I do kind of miss getting the old group together to go out there and swing swords at each other. That was so insanely fun to do. Definitely this summer we're gonna have to meet up more often to be able to kind of get ourselves back in a little bit of shape that's not out of breath and round like I'm slowly becoming. Because especially with the new shenanigans, I think you and I would have a massively fun sequel to our wild fight that we broke the axe with. As I went out of my way and got so I have the Dracolitas spear, and I currently am also still housing Josh's staff. Well, now I have the Dracolitas spear, Josh's staff, and the newest Sigmund's pike. In its secondary length. And I need to, thankfully, now that the weather is starting to get warm, I'm going to leave it in the car one day because that spear tip is painful. It does not, it does not bend or move very much at all. So I need to give it the old redneck heat treat of leaving it in a hot car one day to kind of make it to where it's a little less painful to utilize without its sheath on. So that is part of my new Ren Fair kit is that I have that Sigmund pike. Okay, that should do it for him. There was, okay, so surprising for indecency, just the fact that, we were utilizing, the most rudimentary of homemade weapons. I'm honestly surprised we didn't hospitalize each other more than we did in the old days. Because, brother, we were just making stuff to make stuff, and we were just throwing things around to see what would happen. Like, we were not, we should not have been functioning as well as we did at all after any of the bouts that we went through. But I do think a good bit of that is just simply due to the fact that most of the times that we did this, most everybody knew what we were about by the time they would get to us. And also when we were fighting over at the Enterprise area, we were kind of way, way off to the side. where you really had to know where to go to even run into us. Which, by the way, if you haven't been in any amount of time, uh, our little our little pond that we used to go to and spar at and around, it is essentially a giant lake now. It has definitely been built up far, far nicer than it used to be because it was about a year and a half, 2 years ago now. I took a buddy of mine up there because I was like, yeah, he wanted a couple one-on-one learning sessions, and I was like, well, let's do a change of scenery and get out of the house here. So I took him over to Enterprise, and oh yeah, that place is our little pond is now like a almost full scenic lake. There are fish, there are actual fish in the water now. It is nice, very beautiful, very scenic. Spread cheeks. Oh man, yeah. I would love. I think what we need to do is just one day this summer, once everybody is fully back in town and whatnot. I think we just need to all take a field trip up there with all the gear and just go and enjoy sitting by the lake as well as just swinging things at each other like we did in the old days. Because it would be an absolute blast to get back up there and do that again. The biggest trick will be actually transporting the stupid amount of weapons that I have up there now. But thankfully, that's what the shields are for. We can all grab one of the shields, load up the weapons as much as we can, and then throw everything together that way. That'll at least make the transport easier, and there's also it's still a bit of a trek, but there is a parking spot fairly close to how far up you can hike to get to the lake. A line of idiot kobolds, yep. That's exactly right. Just a line of kobolds transporting supplies. But I mean, nobody said anything to me the last time I went up there. And I mean, we were just straight up hiking the trail, carrying shields and weapons left and right. And no, but we didn't bother anybody, so nobody had any reason to complain. Okay, there we go. That should be a good bit of the armor done. Alright, let's see if we can get this vehicle looking a little bit more decent instead of how he currently looks, because I despise painting with these yellows. No matter what you do, it just never turns out the way that it should look. without doing like 6 or 7 layers of paint on it. I mean, even if you use like thin, like a thickener to it, it just clumps, and it just becomes like unnecessary. Like it either is too thin, it's too thick. There's never like a really good in between without, having to layer it up multiple times. But then once you layer it up as many times, the mini just doesn't feel good anymore because you can just feel the stupid amount of layering you had to do just to get it to showcase as a yellow. So I may only do, if this one doesn't kind of get rid of that darker color to it, I may only do one more coat of yellow on this one and then let it be, as it is technically supposed to be like a ooze or a slime, so it having the kind of like weird darker discolorations won't necessarily set the figure off in a bad way to me. Welcome in there, Oles. I hope you're doing alright. Okay, I got you. I understand how that works. But I hope that your Saturday has been going well today, Oles. How does the future look for us? Has it been nice and relaxing? Because I know you were saying you would be, showcasing New Zealand around a few family members. How's that been going? Or does that start next week for you? Yeah, I may do one more coat of this yellow, and then I think that'll be all I care to do for this creature. Uh-oh. Family land on Monday morning. Okay. Well, you do what you need to do. Get you some warm teas. Do whatever you need to do to kind of keep from dealing with the cold snap, or just even the change in pressure. Hopefully, it won't be too bad for you. And hell yeah, I hope everybody winds up having as much fun as you seem to be having over there. Take him to the Shire. Visit Hobbit. Okay, getting some good Baldur's Gate 3 in. Awesome. I actually opened up a Baldur's Gate 3 blind bag tonight and wound up getting Karlach. So I'm actually pretty happy about that one. That's going to be something I tease Josh with for a while. Because I got his girl Shadowheart first before he did, and then now I've got Karlach. I do love the D20 that it came with, though. I still need to play Baldur's Gate 3, but I know how I'm going to be with that. Exactly. Some good tea, good soup. That would be probably everything you'd need to set yourself right. Okay. Boy, I don't know how this is going to turn out. Okay, not too bad actually. Surprisingly, it's going on very bright. So I assume once it dries, it'll be quite dark. Because everything seems to be doing the opposite of what it's supposed to when I've been painting here recently. Had bright colors go on super dark, but then once they dried, they were incredibly vibrant versus colors that were supposed to be, super dark. It went on super bright and then immediately just went almost pitch by the time they dried. So we'll see how this one turns out. Which I think I can already see it is turning stupidly dark. Which could either be very good or very bad. We'll see. Because if I gotta go over it with another blue, that won't be a problem. I was hoping to utilize a, dark blue. And the only thing I've got left is lighter blues. All right, no worries there, Ramesine. You get you some good rest, and we will talk at you at some point tomorrow. Good luck out there, and be careful on your road trip. Feels like it's not too bad there, Oles. It's going pretty well. We got our eder caps done, and we're working on the last of the drow, and then the only thing we'll have left is the cloaker. Ooh, okay. Some good old cheese pasta. Hell yeah. Yeah, I made myself some chicken salad sliders today, and they were fantastic. I've still got about half the plate left, so probably grab me one or two of them once stream is over with. I'll allow it. Sounds good. I'd hope you'd allow it. You had it the other night, didn't you? Well, I know. I think Old did. Oh, wait, okay. Now I read that backwards. Okay, Oles is making the cheese pasta. Okay. And I know he had it the other night, so I hope it's still just as good as when you made it last time. No, my fault. I misread. That's on me. Okay, we're gonna let that dry before I paint the wizard. Oh, yep, hashtag old is wrong. That perfectly coincides with everything. Yes, I was wrong. I'll admit that. Actually, you know what? Actually, I think I'm gonna let that Yakult ride. That is good enough for me. Okay. All right. There we go. The Yakult is done. A little demonic ooze or slime, however you wish to point that out. Set him there to dry, and since I grabbed him with a handful of or fingerful of things. No worries there, Orochi. You get you some good rest. Give the little ones my best when they inevitably wake up early. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend, bro. And we will catch you, we'll talk at you probably sometime tomorrow. Wash all this crap off my hands real quick. And then we'll see about working on the rest of this wizard. Because if I don't get all this done tonight, I can always sit back and stream tomorrow night and see if we can't finish off the current pile, and then we can move into my other pile. because this and the rock are the only things I've got left. So the cloaker and the giant bird are the last things I have from this bout of minis that I have purchased. Then I can move into a old dice tower that I picked up years ago, which is, of course, a plague doctor. Dice goes into his hat, comes out at his feet. It's a Matsu. But he's got a little lantern set that comes with him, and the hook for it. I can get that to show in frame. That's one of my older projects that I have to do. I've got a project for a friend. They gave me a metal wreath for them to, that they wanted me to paint up, that I will see if I can get that done for them here fairly soon. I've got all of my old pile to do, and then of course we have from the Ryoko set the Koi Dragon Mini, which is not a damn mini, it's a statue. But that is another big project that I can't wait to. This one is probably going to take me a couple of streams to paint up. But yeah, I figured, we get through this stuff, I can start working on a couple of things. I'll need to clear the table a little bit to do that wreath, but that'll probably be what we do once we clear all this, is we'll do that wreath for my friend, because they gave it to me like 2 years ago, 3 years ago now. Yeah, about 3 years ago, and I just haven't had the chance to get around to it or had the motivation to do it. So, yeah, we're just going to continue to motivate ourselves, and we'll do it live on stream. That way we know it'll get done. Okay. And then once it's done, I can take it back over to them and be a nice surprise for them. Where did okay, there's that. So this, and the white for the hair. Okay, so that blue is actually coming up really good. So, alright, on to the wizard. Get him painted up. Oh yeah, these, well, funny enough, these are considered the size of a typical humanoid character. So these are considered medium-sized minis. So with that in understanding, this is also considered a medium-sized creature. Which I don't know if that's able to be seen very well, so let's put them side by side here. So The Knoll is technically a medium-sized creature as well, and it dwarfs the Drow by a good little bit. But with that also stated, a adult dragon does more than dwarf a humanoid character. So, good showing of scale. So yeah, he is rather small and covered in tiny little details, but it'll be worth it once we get it done. Well, I mean, that's kind of the purpose of all the minis is that, humans are considered, or humanoids are usually medium size in the size category because you've got the size category in D&D is kind of weird. You've got tiny, small, medium, large, huge, gargantuan, and colossal. And colossals are basically, those are no longer minis. Those are, literal pieces of terrain that you were throwing at your characters. Gargantuan is, massive and stupidly huge. So, I mean, the idea is just meant to be, there for scale. Since, you're meant to be tiny next to a dragon. Like, I mean, hell, even the little wormling that I've purchased, that's sitting in the living room currently, that is considered a one-to-one life-size replica of what a freshly hatched dragon is supposed to be. And that thing's the size of a small dog. Or, well, not a small dog, the size of a, decent little decent medium-sized dog. Just as it came out of an egg. So, yeah, I'm definitely in the idea of, okay, if I'm going to throw something against my players that's supposed to be massive in scale, having a mini that is basically a statue is a good start. Because if you're playing at the table, which is what I typically prefer to do, throwing something half the size of the table at your friends and players is just the look on their face is priceless. And it puts a twisted, evil little smile on my face every time I do. But we all know I just enjoy getting to torment and be evil towards my players whenever I'm given the chance. So worth it. You can roll your eyes at me all you want. You know it's true. My players know it's true. You've watched me play enough video games to where I get to do one really stupid thing that just sends me into just pure maniacal cackling. Okay, fair enough. I can't argue with that. But the simple fact that I was able to Reuben another person on Ghost of Tsushima had me cackling like a fool there for a minute. I was having an absolute blast when I discovered I could pull that off again. To which both of you in a set immediately judged me for it. And I don't know why. As soon as you saw that I could kick, you should have known I was going to try it. And then the simple fact that I finally got someone to chase me over to a corner where I was at a high elevated plane. Oh, it was glorious. Can't wait to log back in and do it again. Oh, how I missed a spot that big. Okay, fix that here in just a second. Okay. Just got a couple finishing touches to do on these. And then they'll be ready to go. I actually love that we've gotten so many of them done tonight.
Let me get some
My
shit.
fucking back.
And grab my dick. Please tell me you mean the submarine.
I do appreciate the stretch and the grab it as well as the hydrate. Thank you very much, Landon. I do appreciate that. A little bit of self-care also for everybody else. Self-care as well. Do a little stretch, hydrate. If you have to, grab it. I ain't gonna judge you. But only your submarine. Only the submarine. Nothing else. Alright, let's see. Couple spots to touch up on that gold. And maybe one or two spots on the cape. No, I 100% agree. Especially since I know I'm over here shrimping once again. Because, I am a genius. We're going to add a jewel to this guy's belt as well. Get a little creative. Okay. You guys should be good. So now we need to do a little bit of touch up with that gold. Go. Because again, I am very much under the impression you can tell a lot about a person based off of their weapon and how it looks. If it is overly well taken care of, then you know that this is either a new soldier or someone who has a lot of discipline in taking care of their equipment. If it's constantly battered, notched, and dingy looking, you're either dealing with a bandit or a rogue who doesn't know what it takes to take care of the weapon, or that they're incredibly dangerous with the fact that even in the condition the weapon is in, they still can use it effectively. There's multiple ways that your characters and players can interpret a few things just off of a little environmental storytelling. You know, if this guy is decked out in gold and jewels, he might be important. Or he might be the one who's going to pull the biggest amount of bullshit on you because he's probably decked out and all that stuff for a reason. But ultimately, Landon, I am very happy to hear that you've had the chance to get a good bit of work in on your one shot. I will be very excited to cast my vote once it becomes available to do so for the raffle that will be happening. As honestly, whether I'm a part of it as an NPC, player, or just even sitting back and watching it, I honestly have nothing but high hopes and love for it. You are going to knock it out of the park. I don't know. I think I already know enough to be able to know that you're going to knock it out, because the fact that you've been sitting back and working on it the way that you have the amount of effort you put into it, even if your players don't do a single thing that you thought they were going to do, or even attempt to do anything with your story, you still put that effort in. And it's going to show up, and it's going to be a nice driving force behind things. I can already tell by the amount that you're excited for it, that it's going to be worth the wait that we've sat back to enjoy it and see it. And Desette, if you're still here, I'm going to give you a fair warning about running any game for anybody, even your closest friends. After the session is over, you are going to get this wonderful wave of catharsis and accomplishment of, holy shit, wow, I ran that, my friends had a blast, it was awesome, I had fun. Listen to that voice, because the next voice that speaks is going to be imposter syndrome. Because immediately following that successful high of, oh wow, we had a great time, I did it, you're going to get hit with the voice in your head that's going to sit here and be like, they were only saying that to make you feel good. They only showed up because you went out of your way to host this. Ignore that voice. With every fiber of your being, turn it into Gilbert Godfrey shouting at you in the most hilarious way possible. Because that voice is false. Your friends showed up, yes, because you put this together. They are going to have a blast because you put this together for them. And they're going to want to do it again and again and again because you had fun doing it and they had fun doing it. Anything past that, don't listen to that voice in your head that says anything else. And every DM struggles with that, even if you feel like you did everything perfectly. There is going to be a time where imposter syndrome voice is going to chime in. Ignore the hell out of that one. Because you were doing great. The effort you put into it is going to show through, and you, as the player, or as the DM, you are going to shine just as much as your players are. Because ultimately, the best thing about D&D or any storytelling game is very simply just effort. As long as you put the effort in to enjoy it, to share it, to showcase it, everything is going to work out perfectly for you. But I do want to give that fair warning that a lot of people, myself included, when I've run my games, once, everybody's gone, the pieces are being picked back up, everybody is, kind of back where they're supposed to be, that's when the imposter syndrome is going to try and rear its ugly head. But again, don't listen to it, because everybody is showing up for you. because they're interested in the story that you have created and want to tell. Don't let anybody or anything else tell you otherwise. Especially if it's your own head trying to say it. But this is also no, don't ever think that you're preparing too much, because I would rather think of it this way. I would rather it be over prepared than under prepared. And I know you've got several good people helping you, so it is going to be great. But just in case that imposter syndrome does pop up, that is completely normal, and it is sometimes it's hard to ignore, other times it's not. But this is also why, anytime that, I was able to sit back and listen to Cozy and the Tiny Squad D&D party, after it was all said and done, I always would compliment, Cozy for running it. I would compliment the players for how they played. Because, everybody wants to know that they did good. And the DM sometimes needs that boost just as much as the players do. So don't worry. I know you're putting a lot of effort into it. I honestly cannot wait to see it come to fruition. But you take the time that you feel you need to for it. And don't sit here and think, poorly if you're over-prepared. A 100% what Aset just said. Because I am very much the wing it DM. I have an idea for my stories. I know what it is that I want my players to get into. But at the same time, I know that I will never be able to plan for how chaotic my players are. So, when they make a decision, I wing it. I let it go. And we see what comes of that decision. Sometimes it's great, other times it's not. But regardless, I keep them on their toes, because whatever they ignored or whatever they chose not to do is still happening in the background. And that's a good way to kind of, if your players go off on like a side tangent that you weren't really prepping for, keep your main story in your pocket. And then spring it on them like a bunch of consequences to, things that they ignored on purpose. There's multiple ways to do it. So yeah, I agree with the Hedgie 100%. I would much rather be over-prepared. That way I have plenty of notes that I can easily just pull from. As well as, you've got all that you need in front of you. And I'm so happy that you've had the chance to sit back and get to work on more of it. And I'm very, very excited to see how it winds up coming together. Because in all honesty, I enjoy good stories. And with the amount of work I know that you're putting into it, this is going to be a good story. And so whether I'm a part of it or whether I'm just able to sit back and spectate, it's going to be a blast. Because I mean, you know that picture that I commissioned scissors for, I absolutely love it. That is basically the idea that I got from what Orochi has been running for me. Now, granted, in his campaign, I am not playing as my Sona. I'm playing as a completely different character, but the idea of having a black dragon as an ally has always been something that I, as a player, have wanted. And the fact that he is willingly or unwillingly facilitating this for me is fantastic. So, of course, when I noticed that commission sheet was opened, and I had already seen that Scissors had already done a couple of Black Dragon pictures, as well as some other dragon pictures that are fantastic. Her portfolio is amazingly interesting to flip through. I immediately was like, okay, yeah, I have an idea. Let's see if she'd be willing to work with me on it. When she opened the commissions up, I cast my name in there, and luckily I got chosen, and she was insanely quick with her turnaround, as well as just she was an absolute pleasure to work with. And so I love that little piece, and I will definitely be working with her more in the future if she's available for it. But at the same time, I mean, I've always just loved good art, which is why, I commissioned you a set. Because again, you are a fantastic artist as well. And I put that up way too soon. I shouldn't have done that. Where did that color get off? And so I think it will. I'm definitely here to support the friends and everything they do, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing how the campaign your one shot winds up going in a set. I am incredibly interested to see what campaign you wind up coming up with. Especially since you're going to be using the 2024 rules. I am not very familiar with those myself, as I've been running on the 2014 rules. Now, I do know there is and isn't a whole lot that has changed. It kind of depends from what I understand. Because my buddy Orochi has the 2024 stuff, but our game runs on the 2014 rules. Because that's what everybody else was familiar with. So I will happily look into the 2024 set. That way, in case you have any questions or whatnot, by all means, feel free to shoot me a message, as I am very happy to assist you on this journey. As a fun, budding DM. And like I said, any bit of the, Kickstarter material that I get from third parties in terms of D&D supplements, I will very happily share those with you, as you can never have enough inspiration and ideas. And in my opinion, a good D&D game will pull from as many sources of inspiration as it can get. Whether that be movies, TV shows, video games, like there is an unending amount of inspiration that can be pulled from, and of course the supplements and whatnot can also further that, because those are just as inspired by movies, games, and TV shows as everything else. I just painted over his ear. There we go. I'm gonna have to do a couple coats on this, I'm sure. I love and hate that Drow have the silvery white hair. I love it because it's striking, makes them stand out in a crowd, and it just looks beautiful. But I despise having to paint it because white is such a pain in the ass color to paint with. Okay, let's hit this at least one more time, and then we'll go back and paint back his ear the correct color. Then we'll glue them to their bases, and that actually will wind up being where we can stop, because didn't realize it was already this late. That's alright. That just means I'll probably wind up streaming at some point tomorrow night. To do a little bit more on these little paint projects, because again, I am loving the fact that I have this little setup now to be able to do this, and it is definitely helping me with my motivation, as well as the fact that I've kind of felt trapped. Oh yeah, Saturday stream, because I could paint up. The rock will take me a good long time, I know it will. The cloaker probably won't take me more than like an hour and a half, but the rock will either take multiple streams to do, or it's going to just take forever. Because usually these larger figures take me, several hours of just continuous work. So yeah, maybe around regular time tomorrow, because I want to give everybody a chance to enjoy the entirety of Community Day. I want to enjoy Community Day since I haven't been to one, and I've missed the last two, so I would like to enjoy this one as much as I can. There we go. Get your ear back. But yeah, I can't. I'm excited to be able to join in and enjoy it, because like I said, I've missed the last two. But yeah, I want to give everybody the chance to enjoy Community Day as best they can, but afterwards, and after I get myself something to eat and kind of rest and recharge myself from socially, or from being social, I'll probably hop on and do a little bit of more work there. Yeah, no, just every time that we've had one has either been a day I was already doing D&D, so I couldn't make it, or it was a day that I just happened to be out of town. So nothing against, Community Day. We can't help that. The whole thing doesn't need to revolve around my schedule. But I am excited to be able to join back in. Okay, I need you to. There we go. Actually, stick to your base. I don't like these clear bases. I really, really don't. I prefer the older bases that actually had texture to them because that made it so much easier to glue things down to. These newer ones just don't want to stick. Perfect example. Piece of shit. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Alright. Let me go wash this bit that I just got on my hand off. And that should consider those last few taken care of. There we are. Okay. Oh. I don't think I've heard that story. What happened with trash in a sink? Alright, So here we go. We've got the Yockle, full fun demonic slime. We have the Drow Mage. Ugh, uh-oh. I assume this was a wild story then. A Drow Knight. And a Drow Arbalist. On my early streaming, trash went to the That's How Far. Oh, good lord. I am so sorry there, Seth. We also finished our Eder caps. Ooh. So, all things considered, we had a very productive day on getting, 6 miniatures taken care of on today's stream alone. So what I'll do from here is we'll call the stream here, and then I'll probably, after Community Day, take pictures of everything that we've gotten done. Because we also got the Knolls done, the Piercer, its environmental piece, and the giant spider and its egg sac done. So I'll take pictures of that, Lolth, and this fun little deep dragon next to us. We'll take pictures of all of that. So I can get those posted into the server. And then honestly, I probably just need to do a, just take pictures of all the minis that I have, if you guys would be interested in that, or once I get the house set up how I need to, that'll be part of the tour that I give, is just give you the whole miniature collection tour. Because unfortunately, I am out of shelf space for all of these things. Oh, absolutely. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to cut my camera here on this, and then we will hop over to the mic and actually shut the stream down here. So let me see if I can get this to work correctly. And there.
Go. All right. We'll cut it here. But I do very much look forward to seeing you guys over on Community Day tomorrow. I do hope that the rest of your night winds up going by quickly, easily, and well. Hopefully you all get some good sleep. I love the the damn sandwich post. I love that we found that as an emote. Thank you very much for sending that to me, Landon. The old is wrong. So actually, now that I can see it, what all did you do? I see the old is wrong. Where was the, you know, the wiener post that you were talking about? Or did you add that as something in the sound alerts? Alright, let's see here. You little shit.
Whoa. Nice cock.
What the hell? And I love that. Well, you guys have a wonderful night. And I will very happily talk to you and see you guys tomorrow, either on stream or in the community day. And if not, we will catch you back here on Monday as well. I'll get you back, Landon, don't worry. But have a wonderful night, everyone, and va fail.